I got a whole lot of money. Y'all it for me. Bottle keep popping that water bag. Jacket. It's a party, it's a party, it's a party.
Good afternoon and welcome to the kickoff for the Stars 2024 spring season here in Benton, Arkansas. The SouthArk Stars will be taking on the NorthArk Pioneers in a 2-game set here on Sunday. First pitch at 12 o'clock, and for Game 2 is set at 3:30. Getting the start for the Stars will be John Demcher from Argyle, Texas. Now, Johnny's been up to about 93 this fall and continued to up his velo a little bit here in the early parts of spring and inter-squad play. But this will be the first couple live batters he's seen in a couple months. In the field behind him is at catcher Jacob Ambrose. At third base would be Gabe Kutencooler. At short, Alex Showalter. At second, Chase Irby. And at first base will be Bo Kutencooler. And in the outfield from left to right will be Ty Simonelli, Kyle Tolley, and Dawson Szymanski. As we get set for first pitch of the new season, stepping into bat for the Pioneers will be number 7. And the first pitch of the season, a high fastball, ball 1. And that fastball fouled over to the first base dugout, 1-1 the count. And that fastball looked to be right on the corner, but called inside, 2-1. And that pitch is going to be out of the zone, 3-1 the count now by Demcher. And that one catches the outside part of the plate. Full count now, and the payoff pitch coming up. Another pitch fouled back. So another pitch for Demcher here in a full count. And that one is going to be high and in for ball 4 as he will head down to first base. Coming into bat now for the Pioneers will be number 13. So a runner on first, nobody out. And that pitch is inside as well, 1-0. And Demcher working on the inside part early here. Another one inside, 2-0. And pick to first, and he will be back in plenty of time. Count will stay at 2-0. And that one runs high and in, and it doesn't hit the batter. 3-0. And that pitch is called inside as well for ball 4. So back-to-back walks here to start the game. Runners at first and second, nobody out. And Coach Dow will head out to the mound. Take a quick timeout. Batting in the 3-hole for the Pioneers will be number 34. And Coach Dow makes his way off the mound. Number 34 coming into bat for the Pioneers in the 3-hole. And on deck is number 10. Nobody out. And runners on first and second. And the pitch from Demcher coming up. And that one's on the outside part of the plate, 1-0. And curveball slider that time, taken on the inside corner, strike one. And another one, and this one fouled off to the first base side. 1-2 now for Demcher. And the fastball away, taken, 2-2 now. And the slider swung on and missed for strike three. And that will be Demcher's first strikeout of the campaign. So 1 out, runners at first and second. And the cleanup hitter coming to the plate for the Pioneers. And fastball low, 1-0. And that one catches the outside part of the plate for strike one. So even count. And runner takes off for third. It's hit up the middle, and it's through Irby's legs at second base. And Tolley throws it to third. A run will come around to score. So the score 1-0 Pioneers. And they'll be runners at the corners with 1 out. And fastball outside corner taken for strike one. And changeup that time. Swung on and fouled back. 0-2. And that one is lined into right field, and it is going to be in foul territory down the line. So things will stay put at 0-2. And ground ball up the middle to the second baseman. Irby flips to second. The throw to first is in time. And that will get the double play and get the Stars out of the inning. So at the end of the top half of the first, the score is 1-0 Pioneers. And we'll be right back for the bottom half of the first. All right. As we get set to start here in the bottom half of the first, the score 1-0 in favor of the Pioneers. And leading off for the Stars will be Gabe Kutenkooler, freshman from Sheridan, Arkansas. And the first pitch swung on and foul, and looks like it fouled off of his shin guard. 0-1. So the 0-1 coming up to Kutenkooler. And that one will bounce towards home plate. 1-1. And on the mound for the Pioneers will be number 26. And that one grounded in between the shortstop and third baseman. The shortstop makes the play, but there will be no throw as he had to dive into the 6-hole to make it. And Kutenkooler will be aboard with a leadoff single. That being said, coming up to bat will be Dawson Szymanski. Him and his brother Justin, new to the SouthArk program. He'll come up with nobody out and a runner on first base. And that one bounced over to the shortstop, and he will go ahead and throw to first, and the play will be in time as he moves Kutenkooler up to second base. 1 out. Now Gavin coming up to hit. Murphy, a freshman in the SouthArk program as well. And that one foul tip. 0-1. And thought he'd have a swing at it, but held up, but fouled off his bat nonetheless. 0-1, and runner on second base with 1 out. And that one taken down the middle. 0-2 to Murphy. So the 0-2 to Murphy coming up. And that one bounces at home plate, but the runner at second will stay put. 1-2. In the on-deck circle is Jacob Ambrose. He'll be batting cleanup today for the Stars. And that curveball crosses high, taken, and that'll even things up at 2-2. And that one's flied out into right field. The right fielder appears to have settled under it. And he will make the play, and Kutenkooler, tagging up at second, will make his way to third. And that'll bring in the cleanup hitter, Jacob Ambrose, with 2 outs and a runner on third. Ambrose, the all-region catcher in Division II Junior College Baseball in Region 2. And he's coming back for his sophomore season. And that one just barely dipped back into the zone a little bit. But inside nonetheless. 1-0. And that one swung on into right field, and the right fielder appears to have settled under this one as well. And that will be the third out of the inning. So we'll head to the top of the second. The score's still 1-0 in favor of NorthArk, and we'll be right back. All right, as we get set for the top half of the second, score 1-0 NorthArk. And stepping in will be number 11. And the first pitch taken for strike one, down the middle. 0-1 for Demcher on the mound. And that one swung on, fouled out of play down the third base dugout. 0-2 for Demcher. And batter calls time. And that fastball up and away, 1-2. And that one swung on and fouled out of play. Things will stay where they are. And that one's lined into right center, and it is going to get down, and Szymanski will have it, and he will be able to limit it to a single. And the Pioneers will have a leadoff single. Coming into bat now, number 15 for NorthArk. And runner on first base, nobody out. And the pick to first is not in time. And they square around. It gets down the third baseline. Demcher will grab it, and the throw to first will be in time. And the sacrifice bunt moves him over to second base with one out. Now batting in the 8th hole for the Pioneers, number 5. And that first pitch looked like it might have been on the inside part of the plate, but called inside, 1-0. And Demcher's pitch that time, taken for strike one. And that one swung on, fouled to the third base dugout. 1-2 now for Demcher. And the slider that time was up, 2-2. And the slider swung on and tipped, but Ambry's able to keep a hold of it for strike 3. Demcher's second strikeout of the day. So 2 outs now and a runner on second base. And coming into bat will be the 9-hole number 27 for the Pioneers. And first pitch swung on, foul tip to the third base dugout. And that pitch inside. 1-1. And that one gets away from Ambry's at home plate. And the runner will move up to third. And he will stay put at third base on the pass ball. So 2 on the count now for Demcher. And runner 90 feet away with 2 outs here in the second. And that one's lined into left center. It's going to get down in front of Simonelli in left. And that'll be another run for the Pioneers as they take the lead 2-0. Leadoff batter stepping in now for the Pioneers. First pitch swung on and sliced into shallow right. And Szymanski will grab it, and the runner will advance to second base. Runners at first and second, nobody out. And first pitch slider taken for strike one. And the pickoff move to second, no throw. So 0-1 and 2 outs here in the second. And the sinker swung on and missed. 0-2. And that one rolled over to the third baseman. He'll make the play on the run for the third out. And that'll be the end of the inning, as NorthArk takes now a 2-0 lead after the top of the second. And we'll be right back. And we're ready to get started here in the bottom half of the second. The score 2-0 in favor of the Pioneers. And coming up to bat, hitting in the 5-hole, is Kyle Tolley. Tolley, one of the few returners from the SouthArk lineup last year, playing center field today. And the first pitch catches the outside part of the plate for strike one. And off speed that time, swung on and missed, 0-2. And fastball grounded to the shortstop. The throw to first is called in time for the first out of the inning. And it'll be down as a 6-3. It was a close play at the bag. And coming up to bat now will be Alex Showalter, playing short today. And Showalter flies one out into left field, and the left fielder settles under it for the second out. So 2 outs. That'll bring in the 7-hole and first baseman Bo Cooler. Cooler committed to go play at UAM next fall. And he will take the first pitch for strike 1. And the curveball that time taken for strike 2. So the 0-2 to Cooler coming up. And the curveball swung on and missed for strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So at the end of 2 innings, the score 2-0 in favor of NorthArk. And we'll be right back. So we'll get set for play here in the top of the 3rd. Score 2-0 in favor of NorthArk. And the first pitch is low for ball 1. That one lined in between the shortstop and third baseman. And it will get into left field for a leadoff single. Coming up to bat now, number 10. Reached base on an error in the first inning. So runner on first, nobody out. And that one fouled straight back, 0-1. Slider grounded past the third baseman, and they're going to call it foul. So 0-2 the count now. And it was a close play down the line, but ruled foul by the home plate umpire. So runner on first, nobody out. And another one grounded over to third base, clearly in foul territory this time. So things will stay put at 0-2. And the breaking ball swung and deep into left center, and Tolley settles under it for the play, and that'll be the first out. Bring in number 4, the cleanup batter. And tried to lay down a bunt attempt that time, but goes foul. 0-1. And the pick to first is not in time, as Cooler applies the tag. And the pitch low that time. 1-1. And the breaking ball tipped back to the pitcher, and he will make the throw to first, and it will be in time for the second out. Runner from first will advance to second. So runner at second base with 2 outs here. And coming into bat, number 11. And first pitch, fastball is outside. 0-1. And that one swung on, foul tip, straight back. 1-1 the count. And change up that time, outside, 2-1. And the breaking ball that time doesn't come back in enough. 3-1 now. And the fastball lined over the third base dugout. Full count now. So the payoff pitch from Demcher coming up with 2 outs. And that will be strike 3 looking. And Demcher walks off the mound. Score stays put at 2-0. And we'll be right back for the bottom half of the third. And we'll go ahead and get set for the bottom half of the third. Coming up for the Stars will be the 8, 9, and 1. And getting his first AB as a SouthArk Star will be Ty Simonelli. He'll come in here in the bottom half of the third to lead it off. And first pitch curveball swung on and miss, 0-1. And the fastball swung on, fouled out of play down the third base side. 0-2 now to Simonelli. And that curveball high and in, taken for ball 1, 1-2. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. that'll be the first out here in the third. And coming up to bat now, the 9-hole freshman Chase Irby. And Irby flies one into shallow left. It's going to get down, and he rounds first, heading for second, and he will think better of it as he will head back to first base. And Irby will be aboard with a one-out single here in the bottom of the third. And with that, the Stars lineup will roll over, and that'll bring in the leadoff batter, Gabe Kutencooler. Gabe had a single his first appearance, and he will take the high fastball that time, 1-0. And the fastball that time on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed, 1-1. And the changeup swung on, and it's through the middle. And Irby will hold up at second base. And Kutencooler has another single on the day. So runners at first and second, one out. And that'll bring in Dawson Szymanski. Szymanski grounded out to the shortstop his first AB to move Kutencooler over to third base. And the pitcher will step off. That'll be his one for the AB. So 0-0 count. And we've had time called, and it looks like the NorthArk coach will head out to the mound to have a word. At this time during the break, we'll go ahead and say that the first base coach for the Stars is also a player. Making his debut as the first base coach for the Stars is Logan Gibson. We'll see how he does. But it looks like the pitcher will stay in there here in the third. And Dawson Szymanski stands in with a 0-0 count. Runners on first and second with one out. And the first pitch, high and away, ball one. And the fastball that time on the outer part of the plate, swung at and missed, 1-1. So the 1-1 to Szymanski coming up. And the curveball, low and away, 2-1 now. And the pitch to Szymanski coming up. And that one spiked over at home plate, gets away from the catcher. And both runners will advance a base. Count now 3-1, and both runners now in scoring position with one out. So, chance for the Stars to put some runs on the board. So 3-1 and one out for Szymanski. And that one's flied out into right field. Right fielder settles under it, but it's going to be deep enough to score the run. And the throw to third will not be in time. as Kutencooler moves up, and Irby will come in to score, and that will be the Stars' first run of the game and first run of the season on the sac fly from Szymanski. Coming into bat will be Gavin Murphy, designated hitter for the Stars in this one. He'll come in with 2 outs and a runner still at third base, Gabe Kutencooler. And he will ground that one over to the third baseman. And the throw to first takes him off the bag. And they're going to say that he tagged his head before he hit the base for for out number 3. And with that being said, the score now 1-2. And we'll be right back for the top half of the fourth. Coming into pitch now for the Stars in relief will be Jack Moody. Sophomore, number 9. And due up for the Pioneers, be number 15. And he will get things started here in the 4th inning. And Moody getting set for his first appearance here in 2024. And the first pitch fastball swung on and fouled out of play, 0-1. So 0-1. And that fastball high and away, 1-1 now. Fastball fouled straight back. 1-2 now. So the 1-2 now for Moody. And the curveball taken for strike 3. So 1 out here in the top of the 4th. Coming into bat in the 8-hole, number 5. Struck out his last AB. And the first pitch fastball taken for strike 1. And that one's tipped over the second baseman's head into shallow right, and Szymanski makes the throw to first, but it will be not in time. So there'll be a runner at first, 1 out. And the fastball that time appears to be called low. 1-0. Another fastball. This one swung on and fouled out of play. Evens it back up at 1 apiece. And now batting for the Pioneers, hitting in the 9-hole, number 27. Had a single his last AB. And that one lined over the third baseman's head into left field. Simonelli will have it, and he will cut it off before it hits the gap and limit it to a single. So runners at first and second, 1 out here in the top of the fourth. And the top of the order due up now for the Pioneers. And first pitch curveball high, 1-0. And the fastball that time, knee high, strike 1. Even count at 1 apiece. And the curveball that time, inside, the throw down to second, not in time either. 2-1 the count. And that fastball called low and away. 3-1 the count. And that fastball fouled down the first base line. Full count now for Moody. So payoff pitch coming up with 1 out and runners at first and second. And that pitch is going to be called low for ball 4. So bases loaded and 1 out. And time will be called as Coach Dow heads out to the mound to have a word with Moody. So Coach Dow makes his way off the mound. Moody will stay in the game. And he'll face the 2-hole with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the top of the fourth. Score 2-1 in favor of the Pioneers. And the first pitch curveball drops in for strike 1. So the 0-1. Another curveball swung on and missed. Quickly an 0-2 count for Moody. And changeup that time. Foul tip, goes straight back. Things will stay put at 0-2. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. And a crucial strikeout for Moody there with bases loaded. So 2 outs now, bases still loaded. And now batting is the 3-hole number 34. Had a single his last at bat. And the first pitch curveball taken for ball 1. And another curveball. This one fouled down the first base line and off the first base coach's hand. 1-1 the count. Fastball, or a changeup that time, fouled back. 1-2 now for Moody. And Moody just 1 strike away. And strike 3 on the fastball. And Moody gets out of a big time jam with the bases loaded. And that'll bring it in to the top of the 4th. Score still 2-1. And we'll be right back. And we'll get set to resume play here in the 4th inning. Score 2-1 in favor of the Pioneers. And due up for the Stars will be the 4, 5, and 6, Ambrose, Tolley, and Showalter. Joining me in the booth, Bryce Lopez. You have anything you want to say to the crowd?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So Ambrose steps in to lead off the bottom half of the 4th. And he will take the first pitch high, ball 1. And Ambrose hits one off the cap into shallow center. Center fielder unable to get there, and it's going to drop in for a leadoff single. So there will be a leadoff runner at first. And they'll bring in Kyle Tolley with no outs. Tolley grounded out to short his first AB. He squares around, and it's in the dirt. So he lets it go for ball 1. And that one grounded in between the shortstop and third baseman for a single. And Tully has his first hit of the campaign. So runners at first and second to start here in the fourth. And that'll bring in Alex Showalter. Showalter flied out to left field, his first AB. And waiting behind him is Bo Kutencooler. So Showalter steps in. Redshirt freshman from Birdville High School. He squares around, and that one foul tipped and straight back. So 0-1. So the 0-1 to Showalter coming up, nobody out. He squares around again. This one right back to the pitcher. And the throw to third is in time. So that'll be the first out. With that, first baseman Bo Kutencooler steps in. 1 out, runner still at first and second. And first pitch fastball swung on and foul back. Oh and 1 to Kutencooler. And the curveball that time drops in. And the ball gets away from the second baseman. And he will be safe at second. Tully runs home, and he's safe at the plate. So after that little bit of chaos, score now tied 2-2. And it looks like we're going to have time called to check on the second baseman. As during his tag, looked like the runner may have slid into it, and the ball came loose. But it looks like he will stay in the game. Score now tied 2-2, and an 0-2 count to Kutencooler. And Showalter standing on second base with 1 out. And looked like slider that time outside. 1-2 now. Another one, this fastball high and away. 2-2 now to Kutencooler. So even count, 2-2. And 1 out here in the top half, or the bottom half of the fourth. And that one taken for strike 3 at knee high. So 2 outs. And they'll bring in the left-handed left fielder Ty Simonelli. He'll step in with 2 outs, and Showalter standing on second base. And that one's going to be called a strike. Oh and 1. And runner takes off, and Simonelli swings on it. So that'll be an 0-2 count for Simonelli. And the pitch. Foul tip straight back. Things will stay where they are. The runner takes off again. Curveball popped up. Showalter rounds third, heads home. And the shortstop settles under it and makes the play for the third out. And that'll bring it into the fourth inning. Score now tied 2-2. And we'll be right back. So we'll get set to start here in the top of the fifth. Score 2-2. And due up for the Pioneers is the cleanup hitter, number 10. First pitch is low for ball one. And batter reached base on an error his first AB and flew out to center in his second. And that pitch swung on, fouled back out of play. 1-1 the count. Another one, change up that time, fouled back as well. 1-2 now for Moody on the mound. And Moody in his second inning of work here in this one. And the curveball foul tipped and just barely able to stay alive. Things will stay where they are at 1-2. And a curveball gets away from Moody that time. 2-2. Curveball again, low and away. Full count now. And a payoff pitch coming up for Moody. So another payoff pitch coming up. And the fastball on the inside part of the plate taken for strike three. And Moody picking up where he left off. And that's the first out of the inning. 3 straight strikeouts for Moody going back into the 4th. And batting now number 4 for the Pioneers. And that one tipped and foul down the first base side. 0-1. So the 0-1 for Moody with 1 out. And curveball gets away from him again. 1-1. Fastball, and it is swung on. 1-2. And the fastball swung on and missed again for another strikeout for Moody. 4 straight for him. So 2 outs now here in the 5th. Now batting number 11. He struck out in his last at-bat. And he'll take the first pitch, change up high, ball 1. Fastballs, swung on and missed. Evens things up at 1 apiece. Another fastball, swung on and missed. And a lot of swing and miss for Moody. And that fastball is up and away. 2-2 now as the count evens up. And that fastball is in, and the batter bends out of the way of it, runs the count full, 3-2. And that fastball is popped up, and it looks like it's going to be out of play. And it comes back, and Ambrose makes the play in foul territory for out number 3. With that, the score stays tied, 2-2, and we'll be back for the bottom half of the 5th. As we get ready for play here in the bottom half of the fifth, a new pitcher on the mound for the Pioneers, number 1, and due up for the Stars is the 9-1-2 Irby, Gabe Kutencooler, and Dawson Szymanski. Irby will step in to lead it off. And first pitch swung on and fouled back out of play, 0-1. And Irby a single in his first AB. And that one grounded and in between the second and first baseman. And he will make his way down to first base with another single. And the Stars with another leadoff hitter. And now the top of the order coming up, Gabe Kutencooler steps in. He's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. And the breaking ball that time low and away, 1-0. Yeah. And fastball that time, high and away, 2-0 the count. And breaking ball that time, swung on, fouled out of play. Kutencooler liked the way it looked. 2-1 the count. And that pitch outside looked to be changeup. 3-1 the count to Kutencooler. Runner takes off, and that will be ball 4, and Kutencooler will head down to first. So, runners at first and second, nobody out, and coming up once again will be Dawson Szymanski. Szymanski came up last inning with same situation, and he flew out to right on a sac fly. And I believe that will be counted as the step off that the pitcher is afforded for the AB. And the breaking ball low and away, ball 1. And the fastball outside taken for strike 1. Evens it up at 1 apiece. Nobody out, and runners at first and second here in the bottom half of the fifth. And the fastball swung on and missed. 1-2 now the count to Szymanski. And the fastball, or changeup that time rather, outside, and just too far outside as that evens it up at 2 apiece. And a good eye by Szymanski on a close pitch. So 2-2, nobody out. And that one bounces, gets away from the catcher. They'll round third, and Irby will stay put as the runners advance on the pass ball. And a full count now for Szymanski at home plate. So the payoff pitch coming up, and runners just 90 feet away. And today blowing almost straight out and a little bit into right field. And that fastball fouled out of play. Another full count. And the wind is blowing out, but not particularly a warm day by any stretch of the imagination. So the ball's not going to fly as far today. And that curveball in the dirt for ball 4. And Szymanski will head down to first base. And that loads the bases with nobody out. And the 3, 4, and 5 are due up for the Stars as Gavin Murphy comes up to the plate. Grounded out to the third baseman on a close play at first. And that fastball is high for ball 1. And that pitch is fouled and 1 the count now as things even up. So the 1-1 to Murphy coming up. And the fastball outside. 2-1 now. And a big spot for the Stars to try and bust it open here. And the fastball that time swung on. Another even count, 2-2. Murphy liked the way it looked. And the curveball is away. And that runs another full count, 3-2. So a payoff pitch coming up to Murphy after a full count by Dawson Szymanski in the previous at-bat. And that pitch is high for ball 4, and the Stars will take the lead on the walk. And with that, time will be called as the coach heads out to the mound to have a word. And due up is a cleanup hitter, number 11, Jacob Ambrose. In Embry's last appearance, he singled, and before that, he flew out to right field. He's 1 for 2 on the day. So bases loaded, nobody out, and 1 run already home here in the bottom of the 5th. As Ambrose steps in, and waiting on deck is Kyle Tolley. And the first pitch going to be outside, ball 1. Fastball away that time. Fouled straight back, 1-1. Even count now for Ambrose. And that fastball high gets away from the catcher, and the runners will advance as Kutenkooler crosses home plate and gives the Stars a 4-2 lead. Count now 2-1 for Ambrose, and runners at second and third with nobody out. And change up low that time. 3-1 the count. So the 3-1 to Ambrose coming up. And Szymanski waiting at third. That's lined right back up the middle into center field. They're going to stop Murphy at third, but a run will come in to score on the RBI single. And that extends the Stars' lead to 3 now. Score now 5-2 following the RBI single. And that'll bring in Kyle Tolley, one of 2 original SouthArk Stars from the first season of the program's existence, as he takes that one low and away. Ball 1. And that fastball high and away. 2-0 now. And that fastball catches the upper part of the zone. 2-1. So runners at the corners and nobody out. And that fastball is high and away as well. 3-1. And that one low for ball 4. So another walk. And that'll load the bases up once again. And now batting will be Alex Showalter, but time will be called again. And I do believe that will mean a new pitcher for the inning. And so it is. I think you get 6 visits a game, but you can only visit twice in the same inning to the same pitcher. But coming in to pitch now, I believe number 29 for the Pioneers. He'll come in a hell of a spot. Bases loaded, nobody out. And due up for the Stars will be the 6, 7, and 8 hole. Showalter, Bo Kutenkooler, and Ty Simonelli. And this will be the first submarine pitcher that the Stars have faced this spring. I doubt he's watching, but Jackson Regan doesn't even throw that low down. It looks like we're ready to resume play. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. 3 already across this inning, and the score 5-2. Now stepping in is Alex Showalter, redshirt freshman. Flew out to left field in his first AB and reached a fielder's choice, and he'll watch that one low and away for ball 1. That one catches the inside part of the zone for strike 1. So even count now for Showalter. And that one's grounded over to the second baseman. The flip to second is in time. The throw to first is not in time. And Showalter will once again reach on the fielder's choice. but not before a run comes in to score on the RBI. And that'll be the first out of the inning. Runners at the corners, 1 out, and in steps Bo Kutencooler. 0 for 2 on the day. And first pitch drops inside for strike 1. So 0-1 the count to Kutencooler with 1 out. And Kutencooler swings on that one. It's into center field. And they're going to send the runner at third to home. Ambrose makes it in time. And Showalter stayed put at first base. So on the sac fly, Kutencooler scores an RBI. Score now 7-2 Stars. So 2 outs and a runner on first. And in steps left fielder Ty Simonelli. And he'll swing on the fastball. Strike 1. And that fastball stays low and away. And the back pick to first is not in time. 1-1 the count now to Simonelli. And with Simonelli at the plate, means the entire Stars lineup will have batted in the 5th inning. And he takes off for second base, and he gets down. And they're going to say that he is safe at second base. A very tight play. So Showalter moves up 90 feet. And 2-1 the count. And that one runs in and hits Simonelli on the hit by pitch. And he will head down to first base. And for the second time here in the 5th, Chase Irby comes up to bat. So Irby steps in, 2 outs, runners at first and second. And that one gets away from the pitcher, and both runners will advance. Showalter rounds third, but he will stay put at third base. So 1-0 the count to Irby at home plate. And that pitch fouled off. 1-1. And with Simonelli's speed at second base, anything hopefully in the outfield that the outfielders have to move for will be 2 RBIs. And that one lined over to the third baseman's head into shallow left. Both runs are going to come around. Irby running over for second, and he'll think better of it and head back to first base. And with that, he'll have 2 RBIs. So the score now 9-2 in favor of the Stars. 7 across this inning. And that'll bring in Gabe Kutencooler as he'll swing on that one and miss for strike 1. And that one's going to be called a strike, high and away. 0-2 now to Kutencooler. And Gabe Kutencooler 2 for 2 on the day with a walk. And that one's grounded to the shortstop. He'll smother it, and the throw to second is in time for the third out. So with that, we'll head to the top half of the sixth. The score now 9-2 in favor of the Stars, and we'll be right back. As we get ready for play here in the top half of the sixth, coming into pitch for the Stars will be Colin Reed. He transferred in at semester. And first pitch fastball is high for ball one. And that one lined over the second baseman into right center. And Tolly will cut it off, but it will be a double nonetheless to lead off the inning. Now batting for the Pioneers, number 5, hitting in the 8 hole. He'll come up, nobody out, and a runner on second base to start the 6th inning. And the fastball that time high and in, ball one. And fastball that time fouled out of play on the first base side. 1-1 the count. And that one foul tipped as he just squared around enough to get the barrel to it. 1-2. And curveball that time, laid off. 2-2. Another curveball. This one outside. Full count now. And the payoff pitch from Colin Reed coming up. And the fastball into center field. Tolley has a beat on it. And he will be there in time. And runner will stay put at second base for the first out. And now batting number 27, hitting in the 9 hole for the Pioneers. He's 2 for 2 on the day with 2 singles. He'll come up with 1 out and a runner on second. fastball that time high, ball one. And that fastball grounded to the shortstop. Showalter has it. And the throw to first is in time as he looks the runner back to second base for the second out of the inning. And that'll bring in the top of the order. So 2 outs. And leadoff batter number 7 coming in to hit. 1 for 1 with 2 walks on the day. And the fastball is away that time, 1-0. Fastball that time low, 2-0 the count now. Fastball swung on to miss, 2-1. So 2-1 from Colin Reed. And that fastball taken down the middle for strike 2. So even count now with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. And fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. And Colin Reed has his first strikeout as a SouthArk star here in the 6th inning. So we'll head to the bottom half of the inning. The score is still 9-2, and we'll be right back. And welcome back as we get ready for the bottom half of the 6th. I have a new broadcast partner, Bryce McGuire. Do you have anything to say?
It's a great day to play some baseball.
Due up for the Stars is the 2, 3, and 4. And Dawson Szymanski steps in. And he lines that one foul down the third baseline. 0-1 the count. Fastball that time catches the outside corner 0-2 now. And that one bounces and gets away from the catcher. 1-2. And Szymanski fouls that one to the first base dugout, and it gets away from the eager player in the dugout. 1-2 the count still. So the 1-2 for Szymanski. And another one bounces towards home plate. 2-2 the count now. So the even count, 2-2 now for Szymanski with nobody out here in the sixth. And another pitch fouled off and out of play. And it looked like changeup that time. Bounces towards home plate. Changeup, do you think? And that's a long drive into left field if it stays fair, and it's tailing foul, and it will be out of play. And Szymanski missed a home run by a matter of feet that time. And he will take the fastball outside for ball 4 as he heads down to first base. His second walk today. So leadoff walk, and now batting Gavin Murphy. Murphy 0 for 2 with a walk today. And that one's lined into left center, and the left fielder able to get under it, and he will make the play. And that'll be the first out of the inning. And I'll bring in the cleanup batter, Jacob Ambrose. He's 2 for 3 today with 2 singles. And he'll come up with a batter or a runner on first and 1 out. And he'll take the curveball for strike 1 on the outside part of the plate. 0-1. And that one low gets away from the first baseman, and Szymanski will head to second base. So 1-1 the count, and Szymanski moves up 90 feet to second base. And it looked like the first baseman really wasn't expecting the back pick to first. And luckily the second baseman backed him up. And the fastball that time over Ambrose's head. 2-1. And the fastball that time narrowly misses his Ambrose front shoulder. 3-1. 1 out and a runner on second for Ambrose. And that one is hit into deep left center. Center fielder chasing after it. And he will make the play on the run. And Szymanski gets back to second base. And the deep fly to center field, not enough juice on it from Ambrose, so he'll have to settle with the fly out. And I'll bring in Kyle Tolley with 2 outs and a runner on second. And he will take the first pitch outside, 1-0. Tolley had a look at it, but let it go for strike 1. Even count. And change up that time. Bounces towards home plate. 2-1 the count. And that one's lined at the third baseman. He picks it, and the throw to first is in time for the third out. And a great play by the third baseman. And with that, that will end the inning. Score still 9-2, and we'll be right back for the top half of the 7th. And back out on the mound for the Stars here in the top half of the 7th is Colin Reed. And first pitch swung on and hit deep to left, and it's tailing into foul territory. And it will hit the wall before Simonelli can get to it for strike 1. So the 0-1. And now batting is the 2-hole, number 13. And slider that time outside. 1-1 the count. And that pitch finds the zone. 1-2 now. And the curveball lined into right center. Tolley chasing after it, and he will make the play for the first out of the inning. With that, the 3-hole number 34 steps in. He's 1 for 3 with a single and 2 strikeouts today. And the fastball that time gets away from Reed. 1-0. Fastball catches the outside part of the plate. 1-1. And the fastball foul tip and catches the umpire behind home plate. Take a quick break to check on him. 1-2 the count. And umpire seems to be okay. And we'll resume play with a 1-2 count and 1 out. And that one's popped up in the infield. Embry's chasing after it. Kutenkeuler calling for it. And he makes the basket catch in foul territory for the second out. And they'll bring in the cleanup hitter, number 10. 0 for 3 today. Reached on an error in the first. And the first pitch taken for strike one. And that one's a deep fly into left center. Simonelli settling under it. And that will be the third out. And that'll be the end of the first ball game. Final score is 9-2 Stars. Your winning pitcher will be Jack Moody. And Colin Reed coming in relief after that. John Dempster started the game and surrendered 2 runs through 3 innings of work with 3 strikeouts. Your player of the game, Chase Irby, batting in the 9-hole with going 3 for 3 with 3 singles and a few RBIs to go with it. And we'll take a quick break, but we'll leave the live stream going. Our next game will probably be in about 30 minutes. It'll be a 9-inning game, and we'll be right back. Thank you. And welcome back for the beginning of Game 2 today. This one going to be a 9-inning game between the SouthArk Stars and the NorthArk Pioneers. Stars won Game 1 by a score of 9-2 with a big boost from freshman Chase Irby. On the mound for the Pioneers will be number 33, and they will be the home team here in Game 2. And opposite him, starting the game for the Stars, will be Ryan Ushery. And batting 1, 2, 3 for the Stars will be Gabe Kutencooler, Dawson Szymanski, and Gavin Murphy once again. Stars record of 1-0 following their victory earlier today. It looks like during warm-ups the pitcher already may have tweaked something in his knee. Regardless, the Stars lineup's going to look pretty similar to Game 1. One of the differences we might expect to see is a difference behind the plate between Gavin Murphy and Jacob Ambrose switching catching duty. And joining me in the booth is Bryson Menard. Bryson, do you want to say anything?
No, I'm good.
What is it with you pitchers not wanting to say anything? All right, and we'll get set for Game 2 here today. And stepping in will be Gabe Kutencooler. He'll be asked to lead things off for the Stars once again. First pitch fastball, swung on and missed for strike one. Another fastball. This one appears to be called high, 1-1. And that fastball high and away. 2-1 now to Kutencooler at home plate. That one swung on, fouled back. Even count once again at 2-2. And the curveball that time stayed in, and that'll run the count full, 3-2. So payoff pitch. And it looks like something may have happened to the pitcher on that last curveball. I'm not really sure what's happening. Payoff pitch for Kutencooler coming up. And that fastball is high for ball 4. So a leadoff walk for Kutencooler and the Stars. And they'll bring in Dawson Szymanski. And that first pitch catches the inside part of the plate for a strike. And that fastball high and away. 1-1 the count now. And we're going to wait once again. Not really sure what the pitcher's dealing with. We're going to have time called. And the coach is going to head out to the mound. So we're going to have time called, and the coach is going to come out. And it looks like we're going to have a pitching change early in this one. So we'll have a pitching change here early in game 2. Coming into pitch will be number 20 for NorthArk. And he'll get about as much time as he wants to warm up here. So we'll be right back. All right, so looks like we're going to be ready to resume play here. Like I said, number 20 coming into pitch. Number 33 taken out due to sickness. But now batting for the Stars will be Dawson Szymanski. He's in a 1-1 count with nobody out and a runner on first. All right, so we're set to resume play here in the first inning. As Szymanski steps in, and Kutenkeuler gets his lead at first base. And the first pitch of the new pitcher on the mound, grounded foul down the third baseline. So 1-2 the count. And that one's foul tipped and caught by the catcher for strike 3. They'll bring in Gavin Murphy. He'll come in with 1 out and a runner on first. And runner takes off, and the throw is up. And Kutenkeuler, stolen base, and he will advance 90 feet. Next time you might want to try and hang on to the bag. So 1-0 the count for Murphy. And that pitch is outside. 2-0 the count now for Murphy. So 2-0 coming up, and 1 out here in the top of the first. And curveball high and away, 3-0 now the count. And the pick to second, and tag not in time as Kutenkeuler's back safely. Count still 3-0. And that one's lined into right field. And the right fielder heading back makes the grab. And Kutenkeuler heads from second to third. And he will be there standing up. So 2 outs now, and a runner just 90 feet away. And now bring in the cleanup batter, Jacob Ambrose. So Ambrose steps in with 2 outs here in the top of the first, and possibility of putting the Stars on the board early. And the first pitch curveball inside for strike 1. And that one inside. 1-1 the count now. And that one bounces towards home plate, and the pitcher losing his footing on the way down the mound. 2-1. So 2-1 now for Ambrose coming up. And the curveball swung on and popped up, and it's going to be near the fence, and it is out of play. And that'll even the count up at 2-2. So things even up. with 2 outs here in the first. And that one bounces towards home plate. Full count now for Ambrose. And the payoff pitch coming up. Payoff pitch to Ambrose. And it is high for ball 4, and he will head down to first base. With that, there'll be runners at the corners with 2 outs. And now stepping in will be center fielder Kyle Tolley. Tolley, one of 2 people on the Stars roster from the first year of SouthArk baseball. And he squares around, pops one up, and the ball gets away, and it'll be fair. Run comes in to score. And Tolley turns the would-be bunt attempt into a double. And the pitcher almost able to make the play, but unable to secure the ball. So a run will come around to score. So there'll be runners at second and third now. And coming into bat is the shortstop, Alex Showalter. And he scores around as well, and he misses, and the bunt attempt gets away from the catcher, and Ambrose makes his way home safely. And they're going to say that Showalter stayed with the bunt attempt for a strike. But Ambrose scores on the pass ball, and Kyle Tolley now at third base. Curveball outside, swung on and missed. 0-2. So the 0-2 for Showalter coming up. And that one is flied out into right field. It's shallow, and it's going to get down. And Showalter will have the RBI single. So the score now 3-0 for the Stars. And now batting first baseman Bo Kutencooler. And the pickoff to first. Showalter slides into second on the steal, and throw to second gets away from the shortstop and into left field. And Showalter will be safe. So Showalter picked off on the pickoff move, but took off for second as soon as he saw it. And now he's standing at second base. And another pitch gets away from the catcher. And Showalter now moves up to third. Scores 3-0, and count now 1-0 with 2 outs here in the first. And Kutencooler swings on that one on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. Evens things up. And he squares around, gets one down the third baseline, and the throw to first is in time. And on the unlikely bunt attempt from Kutencooler, he's out at first base. So at the end of the first inning, the score 3-0 in favor of the Stars. And heading out on the mound is Ryan Ushery to get things started on the bottom half of the first. And we'll be right back. All right, and we're set to begin innings here in the bottom half of the first. On the mound for the Stars is Ryan Ushery. And behind the plate here in game 2 is Gavin Murphy. He has switched spots with Jacob Ambrose. Ambrose now the DH here for game 2. And first pitch swung on and foul tipped, strike 1. Fastball that time taken for strike 2. So a quick 0-2 count for Ushery. And that pitch is going to be low, ball 1. Pitch that time on the outside corner, called out. Evens things up at 2-2. And the fastball flied out into right field, foul. And Szymanski will give chase, but it is out of play. And things will stay put at 2 apiece. So Ushery set once again for the 2-2. And the fastball up and away. 3-2 the count now. And a payoff pitch coming up. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. And Ushery records his first strikeout as a SouthArk Star. So 1 out here in the bottom half of the first. Coming in now, number 13. And he will swing at the fastball. Strike 1. fastball blown away that time, evens things up at 1 apiece. And the fastball foul tip, straight back. 1-2 now for Ushery on the mound. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Ushery. And batting in the 3-hole for NorthArk, number 28, catcher. So 2 outs here in the first. And first pitch fastball that time up, 1-0. And fastball that time swung on and missed. 1-1 now the count. And so far, Ushery really only had to use his fastball so far here in the first inning. And that one's flied out into center field. Tolley settling under it for out number 3. And that will bring it into the first inning. At the end of 1, the score 3-0 Stars. And we'll be right back for the top half of the second. As we get set to start things here in the second inning, up for the Stars will be the 8, 9, and 1. Simonelli, Irby, and Kutenkooler. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Pioneers, number 23, checking in. So Simonelli steps in to begin things here in the second. And that first pitch is high and away, ball 1. And that pitch called low, 2-0. And good eye by Simonelli. fastball is going to find the inside part of the zone. 2-1 the count. And that fastball on the outside part of the plate swung on and fouled out of play as the count evens back up at 2-2. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. And that'll be the first out here in the second as the 9-hole and second baseman Chase Irby steps in. Irby 3 for 3 in game 1 today with a couple RBIs to his name. One out here in the second. And curveball that time in the dirt, ball 1. Fastball swung on and fouled out of play, 1-1. And that curveball low and in, 2-1 the count now for Irby. And that high fastball, a little too high, 3-1 now. And that fastball off the hands and it just fouled down the first base line. Full count now for Irby at the plate. And that one, they're going to switch out balls real quick. So 3-2 the count, one out here in the top half of the second. And Chase Irby batting for the Stars. That one's lined over the second baseman into the right center gap. And the right fielder cuts it off. And Irby will have his 4th single of the day and his first here in game 2. With that, the top of the order now batting, Gabe Kutencooler. And first pitch slider that time doesn't find the zone, 1-0. Fastball that time swung on and missed. 1-1 the count now for Kutencooler. Okay. Irby standing on first base, gets his lead. And that one bounces towards home plate. And the catcher keeps it in front, and Irby will stay where he is. So Kutencooler set for the 2-1 pitch. And another pitch. This one low and away, 3-1 now the count.
Look up, look good.
And the fastball swung on and tipped, and the catcher held on to it. 3-2 the count. So another full count now for the Stars. And a payoff pitch for Kutencooler at the plate coming up. And the fastball high swung on and missed for strike 3.
Way to deal, Bubba, way to deal, let's go.
That'll be the second out here in the second inning. And now batting will be right fielder Dawson Szymanski. Szymanski 0 for 1 on the game, a strikeout in the first inning. And another fastball swung on and foul tipped, 0-1. And fastball high that time. Let go. 1-1 the count. And the curveball giving a ride deep to left. And you might as well just stay where you are because that one's over the scoreboard. And with the first home run of the Stars season, Dawson Szymanski cements the Stars lead 5-0 on a 2-run shot deep to left field over 380 feet. And with that, the Stars take a 5-0 lead. And now batting will be the catcher, Gavin Murphy. Who did you have hitting the first home run of the Star season, Bryson? And Murphy pops one up into shallow right. The second baseman runs for it in foul territory, and he will make the play for the third out. So as we head to the bottom half of the second, the score 5-0 Stars, and we'll be right back. And welcome back. Count 1-2 for Ryan Ushery. Count now 2-2 following the pitch. And that fastball catches the zone for strike 3. And that'll be the first out here in the second. Stop moving.
Stop moving.
No, stop moving before you knock over the camera. And first pitch fastball that time taken for strike 1. And that fastball popped up, and it will be out of play in foul territory. 0-2 the count now for Ushery on the mound. And the fastball that time inside. 1-2 the count now. And another pitch swung on, fouled out of play. Things will stay put at 1-2. And the breaking ball doesn't get the call on the outside part of the plate. 2-2. Another backdoor breaking ball. This one taken for strike 2 or for strike 3, and Ushery's 4th strikeout of the day. And the batter not happy with the call by the umpire. Now batting number 35 for the Pioneers. And the high fastball swung on and missed for strike 1. Another fastball. This one fouled and out of play. 0-2 the count now for Ushery. And that fastball fouled as well. Things stay put at 0-2, and 2 outs here in the bottom half of the second. Fastball high and in for a ball, 1-2. And that fastball flied out into center field. Tolley has a beat on it. And that will be out number 3. So we will head to the top of the third. The score 5-0 Stars, and we'll be right back. So as we get ready to start things here in the third, due up for the Stars will be the 4, 5, and 6, Ambrose, Tolley, and Showalter. As Ambrose steps in, he's DHing here in this one. After catching the first game, him and Murphy have switched. And first pitch swung on and fouled back, 0-1. Another pitch fouled back. 0-2 now for Ambrose. And the fastball that time turned around into center field, and the center fielder settles under it. And that will be the first out here in the third.
Keep working, Jacob, keep working.
Now batting will be Kyle Tolley. He had a double off a bunt his last AB. And the first pitch low and away, ball 1. Fastball that time popped up and out of play. 1-1 the count now.
Field ball, JP.
And the curveball that time swung on and fouled back. 1-2 the count now to Tolley. And the fastball half-heartedly swung on and missed for strike 3. 2 outs now here in the third. And that'll bring in the shortstop, Alex Showalter. Showalter a single in his last AB. He'll come up with 2 outs here in the third. And nobody on. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. And fastball high that time, 2-0.
Back to zone, Greenlee, here, go, head up.
And fastball that time swung on and foul tip. 2-1 the count now for Showalter. And that pitch bounces towards home plate, and catcher bodies it up. 3-1 the count.
Yeah.
So 3-1 now for Showalter. And he will take the fastball at the knees for strike 2. And the payoff pitch coming up on the full count.
Right down, right here, Greenlee, head up, with it.
And that one swung on into shallow center. And the second baseman calls for it, and he will make the play for the third out. So score after the top half of the third, the score still 5-0 in favor of the Stars, and we'll be right back. And welcome back for the bottom half of the third. Back out on the mound for the Stars is Ryan Ushery. Through 2 innings of work so far, he has 4 strikeouts. And he'll face the 7, 8, and 9. And the first pitch fastball high and in on the lefty. He's able to bend out of the way. Ball 1. And that pitch is going to be outside. 2-0 the count. And fastball, knee high, called strike. 2-1 the count. And fastball that time runs in on the hands and fouled out of play. Evens things up at 2 apiece. And the fastball popped up to the second baseman. Irby settles under it, and that will be an out. So 1 out here for Ushery here in the third. Now batting is number 5 for the Pioneers. He's batting in the 8 hole. And the first pitch, they're going to say that he went for strike 1. Another fastball taken for strike 2. 0-2 now for Ushery. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. Ushery now 5 strikeouts in this one. And now batting will be the 9 hole number 27 for the Pioneers. Fastball high and away, taken for strike 1. Fastball at the knees. Going to be called low. 1-1. And the fastball that time swung on and tipped back to the backstop. 1-2 now for Ushery on the mound. And that one's lined at the second baseman, and it is out of reach of Irby. And Szymanski will make the play and right. And that will be a 2-out single here in the third inning. With that, the Pioneers will have a runner on first with 2 outs. And the top of the order now batting. And that one's rolled over to the third baseman. Kutencooler has it. The throw to first. And it gets away from his brother Bo at first base. And the runner will move up to third. So there will be runners at the corners. So runners at the corners with 2 outs. Now batting for the Pioneers is number 13. And Murphy going to give some infield signals. balk is going to be called, and the runner at third is going to come home. So with that, the score now 5-1. And there will be a runner at second now. And fastball inside for ball one. And Usher is going to step off. And the fastball hit out into right field. Szymanski settles under it. And that will be the third out of the inning. So after 3 full, the score 5-1 in favor of the Stars. And we'll be right back for the top half of the fourth. And welcome back as we get ready to start things here in the fourth inning. Do it for the Stars is a 7, 8, and 9. Cooten Cooler, Simonelli, and Irby. As Bo steps into up to the plate. And first pitch fastball away for ball one. And the curveball lined at the shortstop, and he will make the play. And a line out for Cooten Cooler to start things off here in the first. So 1 out, and coming up to bat now, the left fielder, Ty Simonelli. And fastball that time away, ball one. And fastball that time high, 2-0 the count. And that one rolled over, and the first base coach for the Stars, Logan Gibson, wanted no part of it. So 2-1 the count now for Simonelli. And that one's going to be in the dirt away. 3-1 now for Simonelli. Fastball on the outside corner, swung on and missed. Full count now. And the payoff pitch for Simonelli coming up. And a fastball half-heartedly swung on and missed for strike 3. So 2 outs now, and coming up to bat, Chase Irby. Irby's 4 for 4 on the day and 1 for 1 here in game 2. And the fastball outside, ball 1. Curveball and lands in the same spot, but different call. 1-1. And curveball that time. Swung on and fouled back. 1-2 now. And a curveball that time swung on and lined over to the shortstop once again. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning. So as we head to the bottom half of the 4th, the score still 5-1 Stars, and we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back as we get set for things here in the bottom of the 4th. Now pitching for the Stars, number 25, Bryce McGuire. He'll be coming in relief. Ushery's final line for the day: 3 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, and 1 run scored. Due up for the Pioneers will be 3, 4, and 5 as number 28 steps in. And first pitch high and in for ball 1. And pitch that time, I assume is going to be called high, 2-0. And fastball, high, 3-0. Yeah, fastball that time finds his own, 3-1. And Fastball high for ball 4. So leadoff walk here in the 4th. And now batting the cleanup hitter number 10. Struck out in his last at bat. And pitch that time finds his own, 0-1. And another pitch swung on and missed. 0-2 now for McGuire. And this one foul tipped, and the catcher held on to it for strike number 3. And that will be Bryce McGuire's first strikeout of his college career. Coming in to bat now, number 18 for the Pioneers. And that pitch called a ball, 1-0. Fastball low and away, 2-0 the count now. And that fastball lined into left. Simonelli chasing after it. It's going to get to the wall. And they're going to wave him around third. He holds up and dives back to the bag. So a double there. So runners at second and third with 1 out. Now batting number 35 for the Pioneers. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. And that one's lined in the hole between the first and second baseman. And the right fielder having a problem. And both runs will come in to score. So 2 runs come in to score, and we're going to have time called. And it looks like the right fielder cramped on that one.
This says 82, 77, 71, 77, 72, 77. It's right next to me, isn't it? Because you got it in. Yeah.
Still muted. And it looks like we're going to have a defensive substitution. Checking in to the game is number 32, Tanner Powell. He'll be coming in for Dawson Szymanski. So as we get ready to resume play, we've got one out and a runner on first base. And now batting for the Pioneers is number 11. He popped out to the second baseman, his last AB. So the first pitch, low for ball one. And that one fouled down the first base line. 1-1 the count. So the 1-1 from McGuire coming up. And that pitch is going to be outside, 2-1. Okay, that one's going to find the zone. Things even back up at 2 apiece. And that one's rolled over, and Kuhn-Cooler dives, and he will make the play himself at first base. And he really wanted to put a 3 unassisted next to that one. So 2 outs now, and the runner advanced to second base. Now batting number 5. He struck out in his last at-bat. And slider that time high, ball 1. And that pitch is going to be outside, 2-0. And that one's popped up, and it might come back. It is going to stay just foul and out of play. So 2-1 the count now for McGuire on the mound. So 2-1 and 2 outs here in the inning. And the sidearm fastball still outside, 3-1. And that one's lined into left, tailing foul, and it will be foul. And that runs the count full, 3-2. And this one popped up into shallow right. Powell settling under it. And he will make the grab to the end of the inning. So at the end of the 4th, the score now 5-3 as the Pioneers get 2 runs across. And we will be right back for the top half of the 5th. All right, and as we get set for play here in the fifth, the top of the lineup due up for the Stars, the 1, 2, and 3, as Gabe Cooler steps in. And that first pitch is called a strike, 0-1. And that pitch low, 1-1. So even count at 1-1. And fastball swung on and missed. 1-2 now. And the fastball catches the outside part of the plate for strike 3. And that'll bring in right fielder Tanner Powell with 1 out. Powell came in last inning for Dawson Szymanski, who exited the game with cramps. So he's getting his first college ABs right now. And the first pitch curveball taken for ball 1. And fastball that time catches the outside part of the plate. 1-1. And fastball that time swung on and missed. 1-2. So the 1-2 now for Powell. And he will take the fastball high. 2-2 now as things even up. And the outside curveball.
Got a boy. Do it again.
So that'll be 2 outs now. And coming into bat is Gavin Murphy. And he will swing on the first pitch. Strike 1. It's the same pitch. 1-1 the count. And that one lined in between the shortstop and third baseman for a single. And Murphy will be aboard with 2 outs. I'll bring in the cleanup hitter and designated hitter Jacob Ambrose here in the 5th inning.
Hello, Coach G.
So and curveball that time stays high. 1-0. Yeah, fastball high and away that time. 2-0. And fastball that time right down Main Street, taken. 2-1. And that one in the dirt. The runner takes off for second. And Murphy holds on to the bag for dear life. And he will be safe. So he'll move up to second base, and the count now 3-1 for Ambrose at home plate. And 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Pitch count for the pitcher now on the mound is over 63 as he came in relief in the second inning. And that one is flied out into shallow center, and the shortstop calls for it. And that will be the 3rd out. So as we head to the bottom half of the 5th, the score is still 5-3 Stars, and we'll be right back. And we're all set to start here in the bottom of the 5th. Due up for the Pioneers is the 9-1-2 hole as number 27 comes into bat. Back out on the mound for the Stars is Bryce McGuire. And first pitch high for ball 1. And the fastball that time popped up, and it's going to be in foul territory, and Powell is unable to get to it as it's going to land. So 1-1 the count now. And breaking ball that time. Taken for a ball. 2-1 the count. And a fastball taken on the outside part of the plate. 2-2. And that pitch finds the outside corner, but no call. Full count now, 3-2. And that pitch is fouled out of play, and things will stay where they are at a full count. So another payoff pitch coming up from McGuire. And another pitch fouled out of play. So the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. And that pitch is low for ball 4. And we're going to have time called by Coach Dow. And he's going to head out to the mound to have a word with McGuire. So coming into pitch now will be Bryson Menard. He'll be coming in with runner on first base and nobody out here in the bottom half of the 5th. ready to go ahead and start play back up once again as Menard gets settled on the mound. And the top of the order as number 7 comes in. And the first pitch taken for strike 1. And the pick to first, not in time. 0-1 the count still at home plate. And the batter reached first on an error his last AB as he takes strike 2. And that one grounded to the shortstop. Showalter flips it to second. Irby flips it to first. Not in time, and it gets away from him. And with that, that'll be the first out of the inning, as they were able to get the out at second, but not the out at first. Now batting number 13 for the Pioneers. And first pitch fastball, swung on and fouled straight back. 0-1. And runner takes off for second. They get the called strike on the curve, and the runner will be safe at second base. So 0-2 the count, and the runner moves up to second with 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th. And curveball fouled back. Things stay at 0-2. And the pick to second. Menard falls on the pick move, but Showalter's able to handle it at second base. So 0-2 the count. And runner takes off for third, and it's a pop-up, and it's going to be out of play. And that curveball blooped over the second baseman. And Powell has it and throws it into second base.
So JP, there, Bubba, let's go.
So a single gets the Pioneers to runners at the corners with 1 out.
And now JP.
And now batting number 28, 0 for 1 today with a walk. And first pitch fastball high for ball 1. And another fastball high, 2-0 the count. And we're going to have time called as another batter, or the runner at third base, is feeling sick. And it's going to be a bit. looks like the runner at third base is going to be able to stay in the game. So count 2-0 and 1 out here in the bottom half of the fifth. Runners at the corners. And fastball swung on and missed that time. 2-1. And another fastball on the outside part of the plate. Swung on and missed. 2-2 now for Menard. And that one just barely foul tipped back. Things will stay tied at 2 apiece. Runner takes off for second. The curveball in the air into shallow right. Powell lets it fall, and the runner will come home. Score now 5-4. And there'll be runners at first and second following that play. And a curveball that time taken for strike one. And that fastball runs in and hits the batter and loads the bases. And we're going to have time called as well as Coach Dow heads out to the mound. So now that time is over. Now batting number 18, had a double his last time up. And he'll come up with 1 out and the bases loaded in the fifth. And that fastball swung on and foul tipped. 0-1. And that one swung on and missed. 0-2 now for Menard. And that one lined at the shortstop. He'll take it himself to second. The throw to first is in time. And a big-time double play from Showalter. And he gets the Stars out of the jam with only 1 run allowed. So we will head to the top half of the sixth. The score 5-4 Stars. As we get set for things here in the top half of the 6th, due up for the Stars will be the 5, 6, and 7 Tolly Showalter and Bo Cooler. And number 23 still out on the mound for the Pioneers. Came in the 3rd and has had 3 scoreless innings since. And Tolly steps in. He's 1 for 2 in game 2 today, a double and a strikeout. And first pitch strike taken. And another fastball taken for a strike. 0-2 the count to Tully. And catcher sets up away. And that fastball on the outside corner taken for strike 3. Now batting Alex Showalter. Showalter 1 for 2 today with a single. And he'll take the fastball away. Strike 1. And fastball that time swung on and missed. 0-2 now. Fastball taken high. 1-2 the count now for Showalter. 1 out here in the top of the 6th. And that one's going to be high as well. 2-2. And the curveball away, taken for strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts. And there'll be 2 outs now in the top of the 6th. And now batting first baseman Bo Cooler.
It's your job. Your name's on the chart. That's what you got to do, sir, buddy.
And first pitch fastball taken.
My name will be there, and I'll have to do it.
So 0-1 the count to Cooler. And that one, they're going to say that he went around. So 0-2 now. And that fastball is popped up into shallow right, and the right fielder will have it for out number 3. So Stars go 1, 2, 3 in the top half of the 6th. Score still 5-4, and we'll be right back for the bottom half of the 6th. And we'll get set to begin play once again here in the 6th. Due up for the Pioneers is a 6-7-8 as number 35 comes into bat. And back out on the mound is Bryson Menard for the Stars. And first pitch gets away from the catcher. 1-0. And we'll have time called by the catcher, umpire. So 1-0. And fastball high, 2-0 now for Menard. And another fastball high and away, 3-0 now. And fastball finds the zone, 3-1. And that one lined foul and runs the count full, 3-2. As a fastball that time ran in on the hands. So payoff pitch coming up. And that one's lined into center field. And Tolley gives it a rundown, and it'll be a leadoff single. They'll have a substitution by the Pioneers. Checking in the 7th hole for number 11 will be number 34.
Let's go, William.
As he swings on the first pitch, 0-1. And second one away, 1-1 now. And fastball up and away, 2-1 now. Fastball fouled out of play. Evens things back up at 2 apiece. And backdoor breaking ball swung on and fouled back. Things stay put at 2-2. And this one rolled over down the first base side and foul. So still 2-2 count. 7th pitch of the AB coming up. And fastball fouled out of play. Pitch number 8 on its way. And the curveball swung on and missed for strike 3. And that'll be the first out here in the 6th. Now batting number 5. 0 for 2 today with a strikeout and a flyout. And a pick off to first. Not in time. And the fastball swung on and missed. 0-1 for Menard. Another one swung on. 0-2 now for Menard. And we're going to have time called. So the time's going to be called by the third base coach for NorthArk. So the 0-2 count for Menard coming up with 1 out here in the 6th. And the curveball taken for strike 3. And 2 outs now. And now batting in the 9-hole, number 4 for the Pioneers. He's coming in for number 27. And first pitch fastball is high, ball 1. And that fastball swung on and missed. 1-1.
123.
Was that what it said? It must be true. Another fastball swung on and missed. 1-2 the count now for Menard. So the 1-2 with 2 outs. And this one pounded into the plate and foul. So things will stay where they are. And the runner will head back to first. And a pitch from Menard. And the curveball taken for strike 3. And 3 straight strikeouts for Menard to get him out of the inning. So we will head to the top half of the 7th. This score still 5-4. Now batting for the Stars is left fielder Ty Simonelli. Due up is the 8, 9, and 1 hole. So following Simonelli will be Chase Irby and Gabe Kutenkooler. Ty's 0 for 2 today, or in game 2. And the first pitch swung on and missed, strike 1. Fastball that time in the right-handed batter's box, 1-1. And another fastball outside, 2-1 now. Fastball that time. They're going to say that he held up. 3-1. And fastball high for ball 4. So leadoff walk for Simonelli. And now batting will be Chase Irby. Irby 1 for 2 in game 2 today. A single and a line out. So he'll come to bat with nobody out and a runner on first base. And that one bounces towards home plate. 1-0 the count. And that one's going to get lined between the second baseman and first baseman. Simonelli round second, heads for third. It's going to be a close play. And he's going to head for home as it bounces towards the dugout. And Irby makes his way to second base. And a run will come in to score for the Stars. And a heads-up play from Irby and Simonelli on the chaos that ensued. So the Stars will have a runner on second. And the score now is 6-4 following the hit. And we're going to have time called as the head coach for NorthArk heads out to the mound. Due up for the Stars is the top of the lineup: Gabe Kutencooler, Tanner Powell, and Gavin Murphy. Again, nobody out. And we are going to have a pitching change. Coming into pitch for the Pioneers, number 31, checking into the game. So we'll get ready to resume play here in the top of the seventh. One run already across. Runner on second base and nobody out. And Gabe Kutencooler stepping into the box. So 0 for 2 with a walk in game 2 today. And that first pitch is fouled back. 0-1 the count. And this one grounded over to the third baseman. And the throw to first will be in time. And that'll be the first out here in the seventh. Irby stays put at second base. So now batting will be Tanner Powell. He struck out in his last at bat. And he'll come in now with a runner in scoring position and one out. And the first pitch curveball high for ball one. And fastball that time, low, 2-0 the count now. And that's one grounded down the first baseline and foul. 2-1 the count now for Powell. So 2-1, one out, and a runner in scoring position at second base. And the fastball that time catches the outside part of the plate and evens things back up at 2 apiece. And the breaking ball that time in the right-handed batter's box gets away from him. Full count now. And payoff pitch. And that one runs in and hits him. And Powell will head down to first base. And for the first time in Powell's young college career, he has reached first base, albeit by a hit by pitch. Now batting Gavin Murphy. And first pitch curveball high, ball 1. And first baseman playing in front of the runner at first base. And that pitch is popped up, and the second baseman calling for it. And I'm pretty sure it's infield fly roll. And Chase Irby almost fell for it. So 2 outs now, following the infield fly. And Ambrose grounds one out to the third baseman. The throw to second is offline. It gets into right field, and a run will come around to score. And Powell rounds third, heads for home, and he is going to be safe. They're going to say that he got under the tag, and Ambrose moves up to second base. So 2 runs come in to score on the ground ball. So after all that chaos, the score now 8-4 Stars. And coming into bat is Kyle Tolley. Tolley's 1 for 3 here in game 2. And the first pitch taken for a ball, 1-0.
Good pitch.
And curveball that time, up and away, 2-0. And fastball taken for strike 1, 2-1 the count now for Tolley at home plate. And Tolley flies one into shallow right. It's going to get down. Ambrose round second, heads for home. And there will be no play at the plate as it bobbled out of the right fielder's glove. And a run will come in to score. And with that hit, the score now 9-4.
Let's go, Hagen. You're good.
Score is now 9-4 Stars. And 4 across here in the top of the 7th. 2 outs. And Alex Showalter now steps in. 1 for 3 with the single. And the first pitch in the dirt. Tolley takes off. And they're going to call him safe at second.
Good shot, JP.
And that one taken for a strike. 1-1 the count. Showalter swings on that one, and it's going to be out of play. 1-2. And runner takes off for third. Showalter swings on it, and it is in foul territory. So Tolly will head back to second. One and two the count with 2 outs. And the curveball swung on, and this one's going to be out of play in foul territory. Another 1-2 count on the way. And we're going to have an offensive timeout called by Coach Lester. He's going to have a word with Showalter. So the 1-2 coming up for Showalter once again. And Tolly, the swing and miss on the foul tip, and it is hung on by the catcher for strike 3. And with that, that brings it into the top of the 7th. Score now 9-4 Stars, and we'll be back for the bottom half. Coming into pitch now for the Stars out of the bullpen, number 5, Luke Eaton. He'll be coming in with a 5-run lead here in the bottom half of the 7th. And due up for the Pioneers is 1, 2, and 3 as number 7 comes in. He's 0 for 3, but reached base twice. And the first pitch swung on and hit deep into right field. Powell gives chase, and he's at the wall. And it will be a leadoff triple to start the inning. So a leadoff triple here in the bottom half of the 7th. And now batting number 13. 1 for 3 with a single. And that one grounded to the third baseman. And he will throw to first, and he will take the out. So 1 out now, and a run's come across. Score now 9-5. Now batting number 28. 0 for 2 with a walk. And this one flied out into center field. Tolley calling for it, and he will make the play for the second out of the inning. And they'll bring in the cleanup hitter number 10, 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. So Eaton now 2 outs. And fastball swung on, fouled back. 0-1. And that one runs in, and I think it got him in the helmet. And he's going to head down to first base. Luckily, he didn't actually wear it off the helmet.
Nice and easy, Rams. Let's go.
And now batting number 18. He's 1 for 3 with a double. So a runner on first and 2 outs now. And curveball backs up on him. 1-0. And the slider that time finds the inside corner, 1-1. Fastball off the fist and into left field. So runners at first and second now with 2 outs. And now batting number 35 for the Pioneers. So 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 7th. Score is 9-5. And the first pitch fastball taken for strike 1. What? Did he just flash a gun? Anyway, after that act of random whatever, scores 1-1 or counts 1-2 now. Did he? Did he? And fastball swung on and missed for strike 3. And that was probably the most strangest turn of events I think I've ever seen.
If that dude throw it up.
But anyway, we'll head to the top of the 8th.
Let's go, Cole.
Welcome back for the top half of the 8th. Now batting for the Stars is Bo Cooler. The Stars have the 7, 8, and 9 due up, so Ty Simonelli is on deck. And the first pitch is low and away, gets by the catcher for ball 1. So Simonelli on deck and Chase Irby hitting in the 9 hole. Another pitch low, 2-0 the count now to Cooler. And fastball away, 3-0 the count now to Cooler. And that will be ball 4 on 4 straight pitches for Cooler. And he will head down to first base. And catcher will take time to call or to have a word with this pitcher. And waiting for him when he returns will be Ty Simonelli. 0 for 2 with a walk today in game 2. And Cooler steals second. I don't even know anybody knows what happened.
He went into the window. He was in the window. So he stole, and then he just got out of it. He did wind up.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not going to go down as a stolen base is what I'm saying.
So therefore it's a stolen base.
It's not going to go down as a stolen base. So after the head coach has a quick word with his pitcher, we'll get ready to resume play. So a runner at second with nobody out, and Ty Simonelli steps in. And he squares around, and it gets into foul territory, 0-1. So the 0-1 for Simonelli coming up. He squares around again, and this one gets in on him. And that'll be strike 2 on the foul ball. And Coach Lester arguing the foul ball call, saying it hit off of Simonelli's hand. So 0-2 the count. And fastball that time high. 1-2 now. And Simonelli gets a hold of one. It's deep into right field. The right fielder running back towards the wall, and it's out of here.
I got a whole lot of money. Y'all it for me.
Simonelli, a 2-run home run, and gives the Stars an 11-5 lead. And with that, Stars now have their first 10-run game of the year. And now batting will be the 9-hole Chase Irby. And that pitch is going to get by the catcher for ball 1. Still nobody out here in the top of the 8th. And that pitch is going to be called low. 2-0. And that pitch is going to get away from the catcher as well. 3-0 the count.
Does Irby have 5 hits today?
Yeah. And he will take the fastball on the 3-0 count. So 3-1 now for Irby. And Irby takes a hack at that one, and it's foul and out of play. So full count now. So the payoff pitch coming up.
Click the button there on top.
And he will take ball 4 low and away as Irby heads down to first base. And that will bring in the top of the lineup as Gabe Kutencooler steps in. Still nobody out here in the 8th. And we're going to have time called once again, so we will have a pitching change.
Has he gotten out at all?
So coming into pitch now for the Pioneers, number 38. Their 6th pitcher of the game.
I walked out there. He was like, sorry, bro, gone.
So due up for the Stars will be Gabe Kutencooler, Tanner Powell, and Gavin Murphy. And Kutencooler will come up to the plate with a runner at first and nobody out. And the first pitch gets away from the catcher, and Irby will move up 90 feet to second base. So 1-0 the count for Cooten Cooler. And another pitch inside, 2-0 now. And the curveball that time popped up into shallow right. The right fielder in foul territory will make the play, and the throw to third will be not in time. So Irby moves up another 90 feet to third base, and there'll be 1 out now here in the top of the 8th. Now batting is Tanner Powell. He was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. And he'll have a hack at the fastball, 0-1. And change up that time outside, 1-1. And Tanner shoots one into shallow center, and he will have his first RBI and his first base hit. And with that, the Stars now lead 12-5. Still only 1 out here in the 8th. And now batting is the catcher, Gavin Murphy. Runner takes off, and it is called a ball at home plate, 1-0. And that ball low, 2-0 the count now to Murphy. And a pickoff move is not in time. 2-0 the count. And another pitch low, 3-0 the count now to Murphy.
I could tell on his face he was going.
And Powell takes off for third. It's up in the air, and he's making his way back to second. It's in foul territory, and it drops off the first baseman's glove. So 3-1 the count now. Yeah, we're going to have another time called by the head coach for NorthArk. So 3-1 the count with one out here in the top of the 8th and a runner at second base. Powell takes off for third again, and he will be in there safely as he moves up another 90 feet. And the pitch at home plate was called a strike, so a full count now for Murphy. And anything in the outfield can hopefully score a run. Anything to the right side of the infield hopefully can score a run as well. And this one lined foul down the third base side and out of play. Seventh pitch of the at-bat coming up.
I think he's named Braxton.
No.
Never mind.
And that one's going to be inside for ball 4. And Murphy will be aboard with a walk. With that, there'll be runners at the corners. And now batting designated hitter Jacob Ambrose. Ambrose voted all-region catcher last year on the Stars. And the first pitch will be in the dirt for ball 1. And Ambrose gets a hold of one deep into center field. The center fielder settling under it. And it will be a sac fly as Tanner Powell crosses home plate. And that will be the Stars' 13th run of this one. With that, there'll be 2 outs now in the 8th. And your score is now 13-5 SouthArk. Now batting is Kyle Tolley. 2 for 4 today in game 2 with a double and a single. And that one's in the dirt. The runner takes off, and Murphy heads into second base. So 1-0 count for Tolley. And the curveball drops in for strike 1. And Tolley swings on the curveball. It's shallow right, and it's getting into foul territory. And the right fielder will make the play for the last out here in the 8th. And after that, we will head into the bottom half of the 8th. The score 13-8, and we will be right back. And welcome back for the bottom half of the 8th. Score 13-5, SouthArk. And back at finished last inning with a strikeout. And first pitch strike, fastball. And fastball that time outside, 1-1. And that pitch is going to be inside, 2-1 now. And that pitch is going to be foul, 2-2. And Luke Eaton with a strikeout. And pitch that time runs in and hits him, and he'll head down to first base. So there'll be a runner at first base now with 1 out. And now batting number 4, he struck out in his last appearance. And that pitch is fouled back out of play. 0-1 the count. And the slider. And they're going to say that that one ran in and hit him. So there'll be runners at first and second now. And the fastball that time lined into shallow right. Powell will have it, and the throw home will keep runners moving base to base. So bases loaded with 1 out. And in steps number 13, the 2-hole. He's 2 for 4 today. And that one runs in, and batter able to get out of the way, 1-0. And fastball that time swung on and miss. 1-1 the count. And that one's lined foul down the third base line. 1-2 the count. And that one's popped up into the infield. Irby's chasing over it, and he will call it. And the second baseman will run over to first base to make the play for the second out. Yeah, with that, there'll be 2 outs now here in the 8th, and the base is loaded. And first pitch strike from Luke Eaton on the fastball. Now batting number 28. He's 0 for 3 with a walk today. And that one swung on and missed, 0 and 2. And he's going to swing and miss on that one. And after the drop third strike, we'll head to the top of the 9th. The score 13-5, and we'll be right back. And now for the top of the 9th, coming in as a replacement, Al Gatson. He'll be checking in for Alex Showalter. And the first pitch taken for strike 1. And next pitch, fastball low and away. Evens back up at 1-1. that one swung on and fouled back out of play. 1-2. So 1-2 the count to Gatson. And that one's grounded to the third baseman. And the throw to first is in time. And now coming in as a replacement as well, number 27, Cade Rohde. He'll be checking in for Bo Kutencooler. And that first pitch fastball high, ball one. And that one inside. 2-0 the count now to Rohde. And fastball that time finds the zone, 2-1. And the curveball that time stays in the right-handed batter's box, 3-1 the count. And that one is inside for ball four. And Rohde has a one-out walk. And with that, that'll bring to the plate Ty Seminelli. Seminelli had a 2-run home run last AB. He's 1 for 3 with a home run and a walk. And the first pitch fastball taken for strike one. And that one stays outside. 1-1 the count now. And fastball that time right down Main Street, 1-2. And the fastball swung on and missed for strike three. And with that, there'll be 2 outs now here in the top of the ninth. And I'll bring in the 9-hole Chase Irby. Runner on first with 2 outs. And that one outside, ball one. So the 1-0 count for Irby coming up. And that one swung on. It's in foul territory, and it's not going to be caught. 1-1 the count. Another one swung on, this one in foul territory as well, and out of play. So 1-2 the count. And that one swung on and fouled down the third base line. Things stay where they are at 1 and 2. Fifth pitch of the AB coming up. And this one grounded to the second baseman and eats off his glove, and they will not be able to flip it to first in time. And Irby reaches on the error. And we'll have another substitution. Coming in for Gabe Kutencooler is KJ Battles.
Keep going, Kimball. Then you can do it, bud.
And first pitch low and gets away from the catcher, but runners stay where they are, 1-0. And other pitch, this one low and in. 2-0 the count. And this one outside. 3-0 the count to Battles. And waiting in the on-deck circle is Tanner Powell. And that fastball finds its own 3-1. And runner takes off for third, and it'll be ball 4. And with that, the bases are now loaded with 2 outs. And coming up to bat is Tanner Powell.
Let's go, Kimball.
And Powell pounds one into the dirt, and it's called foul. First pitch strike, nonetheless. And that one gets away from the catcher. Rhodey takes off, and another run will come in to score. So the count 1-1, and the score now 14-5, SouthArk. And we're going to have time called by the NorthArk head coach. And with the timeout over, count is 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. And there are runners at second and third for Tanner Powell at home plate. And that one hit and fouled out of play. 1-2 the count. And this one flied into shallow left, and the left fielder settles under it, and that will be the third out of the inning. So as we head to the bottom half of the 9th, the score now 14-5 Stars. And we'll be right back for the last half of the inning. As we get set for the bottom of the ninth, the score 14-5 Stars. Checking in on the mound is number 30, Dawson Meeks. And a whole bunch of substitutions. Behind the plate, Yadi Canales. At third, Al Gatson. At second base, KJ Battles. Tanner Powell's been moved over to first base. And in right field is Cade Rohde. Now batting for the Pioneers, number 24. He's coming in as a substitution as well. And first pitch fastball is high, ball one. And this one's popped up. And Gatson chasing over it, and it is out of play. So 1-1 the count.
Get them, let's go. He's gonna look over and see no one's here.
So 1-1 the count now for Meeks. And the curveball that time drops in for strike two. Another curveball taken for strike three. And Meeks has his first college career strikeout. And this coming into bat now, number 18. And first pitch fastball high for ball one. And this one grounded to the shortstop, and it's off of Chase Irby's glove. So a runner will reach on an error. And coming into bat now, number 16. Coming to bat in for number 35 for NorthArk. Runner on first with one out. And the first pitch curveball taken for strike one.
Let's go, Harmon.
Another curveball. This one called a ball, 1-1. Another curveball swung on and missed. 1-2. So nothing but curveballs in this AB from Meeks. And runner takes off, and they're going to say that he didn't go. And they're going to say that he did not go. So 2-2 the count, and the runner moved up on the stolen bag. So 2-2, 1 out, and a runner on second base. And that curveball lined over the first baseman's head into the corner in right field. The run's going to come around to score. The batter will hold over at second base. And with that, the score now 14-6. Still 1 out and a runner on second base. Now batting number 34, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts today. And that curveball hit foul and out of play down the first base side. 0-1. And the fastball that time high, 1-1. And that fastball hit into shallow left. Simonelli settles under it, and that will be the second out of the inning. And now the Stars just 1 out away from closing out this 2-game set. And that fastball high, ball 1. Now batting number 22 for the Pioneers. He's coming in as a replacement. And that one hit right at the second baseman, and Battles makes the play for the third out, and that will end the ball game. Your final score, SouthArk 14, NorthArk 6. We'd like to thank you for joining us. Our next series will be against Southeastern Arkansas in Pine Bluff.